Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Ну что, привет всем, кто забрел на мой канал. С вами, кстати, я Fingolt и Genshin Impact. Да. Продолжаем играть в Genshin. Расслабляться. Фармить. О, почта, что-то можно. О, прикольно. Подарок получил за что-то. Вот это неплохо. Ну, поигнали.
Add Astra.
Что нельзя все получить, сразу нажать. То же самое сделаем. О, 10 минералов-то был выполнил. Рейта. Привет, привет. Ой, я тут совсем рядом не брал. Ой, давайте ежедневки пока выполним. Начнем с этого, думаю. Фатуи что-то возмущаются. Что тут мигает? Фишка. Что на этот раз от меня хотят? Заска, привет, привет. Какой обзор? Ну, поехали. Прямо сражение с мини-боссом. Он мне подбивает устроить. Вообще без проблем. Да я понял. Ты про какой просто обзор? Про фигурку-то она только вот скачалась, и я подумал, что одновременно заливать и стримить плохая идея. Что я сделаю это уже после стрима или завтра. О, спасибо большое. Ей тоже. Там Кайли Форес. Надо подумать. Давно не увидел. ДМ как и все. Шото качать надо, шото. По бездне. О, не, я пока нашарил свое. Дальше страшно не ходить. Надеюсь, у нее все получится. Я понимаю, может сгореть, нет? Ну и ладно. Ищи. Ну да, МК точно весит дофига, это я помню. О, да это совсем рядом, можно пробежаться, попробовать. Может, я тут что еще и забыл, заодно найду. 1 килобайт? Может, 1 гигабайт? Килобайт. Тут я, получается, был, судя по всему. О, трава светёшка. Мне это нужно, конечно же. Я уверен. О, да-то точно не. Не-не-не-не-не-не-не. No. Ну, этот портал был, а я мучился, лазил. Вот по карте посмотреть. Поторопился, поторопился. Но зато вот сундук. Совсем ни о чем. Три одновременно поджечь. Получится у меня вот так, по идее. Я хитер. Это я. Цапель. Да, я прокачал талант и стало прям заметно лучше. Прям очень. Как я раньше без талантов ходил, мне прям интересно. О, иди сюда, еда.
I'll race you there.
Да сколько вас сегодня? Я весьма популярен. Важное сообщение. Уровень мира 3. Фух. Я понизить не могу. Что-то прикольное. Что это? Статуя. Энкономия. Новая область. О. Да уж. Земли доступны стали, типа. Это что? Я навыки прокачал? Ну, нет, рано.
I'll race you there.
Ну ладно. Пойдем дальше. Как этот квест сдать? Сюда будем отслеживать. Как раз открою портал. Ой. Тато, привет, привет. Привет, Тато. Знакомый никнейм, где-то я такое слышал уже. Странные следы, случайное приключение. А, точно, противник же сильнее. Все дела. Будем страдать. И странные следы, и что? Где, что, кого, куда? Я честно, я их не вижу. Ясно, наверху. Упс. Он броню восстановил, зараза, такая. И все? Вода ветра. Я что же, да уже возвысить не хватает. Надо еще с водичкой подраться, да? А, я и вроде этот лук улучшить не могу, да? Ну да, у меня запчастей теперь нету. Ну и теперь придется помучиться. О, кстати, сегодня же данж вроде открыт, который мне нужен. Будет глянуть. Здрасте. Случайно я привык что-то подобрать во время боя. Теперь зеленые маски хоть падать сразу стали, да? О, игрок. Ладно. Неплохо. Прям очень даже неплохо. Чувствую, я сейчас эмбер буду менять. Хотя лучник мне нужен. Вместо эмбера можно мечника и еще вот этого пацана поставить. Я шел на квест. Да, у меня же есть алхимия. В принципе, алхимия могу. Можно мне эти сделать ресурсы. Надо будет заняться. Что? А это что? Что это? Не помню даже такого, если честно. Но уже привык эмбер бегать. Ну вот. Вот лучник. А, у меня огненная это ж есть. Девчонка. Как ее зовут? Который повар еще великий, знаменитый. Вы меня поняли, я думаю. Не успел. Слизник как падал, так и падает. Угу. Здесь вот в этой области это не было. Раз портал даже не взял. Чтоб я и портал не открыл. Ага. Вы такое чувство, что вы прыгать хотите.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Наверх поднимает или вниз, не помню. Ладно, что-нибудь постараемся. Жалко, что быстрее снижаться нельзя.
Get ready for the gliding champion of Mondstadt.
Хе-хе. Можно ж так было сделать. Что я тупил? Перелет.
Windblade! With the wind!
Ладно, хочешь молнию, на.
Keep back!
I'll protect us. I'll race you there. Go, Baron Bunny.
Ребят, я здесь вообще. Да, я не очень умный. Ну да, враги стали сложнее. Длиннее. Чуть. Но и награда, да. Вот мне эти цветочки нужны, я помню. О, мясо. Железо это хорошо. Воздушный. Один сдулся. Прикольно, мне дали сундук за то, что я морковку собрал.
Useful?
В принципе, такое уже бывало. Ой-ой. Не знаю, наверное, надо это сделать это. А зачем? Я пойду сюда уже. Расслабь меня бы сюда вели. Хотелось бы в это верить. Что по факту ничего. Я доплыву? Ну ладно, сейчас узнаем, в принципе. NSK. Или OSK. ASK. OSK. Что-то... О, у меня сасливается. Почему-то смотри. Думаю, OSK все-таки. Привет, привет. Не доплыву. Вот плохо, что он так не сильно повышается выносливость. Серьезно, а зачем мне на этот камень тогда было? Странно, странно, странно. Спасибо за подписку. Спасибо, спасибо, спасибо. тот дух вообще где-то может быть. Да ты не бесись. Плохая магия, колдун. Она вас не спасла. Давай, вставай. Ну, цветочек.
Wow, how beautiful.
Да, ресурсы прям хлынули хорошие. Логично, то становится сложнее.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
Пойти набрал. Тут получается будет.
I'll race you there.
Давайте все-таки тут хочу пошариться. Да может тут... Стоп, еще есть одно? Где? Слишком высоко или где-то внизу? Там какая-то пещера есть. Сделаем отметку на всякий случай. Ну, даже прямо это. Попал. Уже быстрее. Где наш дружок? А, он уже занял свое место, и тут нужен еще один. И тут же есть один. Ладно, заметил, молодец. Ну класс, я не его хотел пить. О, что-то от слайма новое выпало, не ожидал.
A reward on the road.
Ну, теперь опыт путешественника, по идее, попрет. Будем надеяться. Будем очень надеяться, ребят.
I'll keep this close.
Крутые награды будут падать.
Wow, these will come in handy.
Я слышу звук, но не знаю, откуда он. Ну, честно. Я поставлю тут отметку. Вот это прям так хочется попробовать стукнуть. Но она не стукается. Давайте духа погоняем. Сейчас он меня приведет туда, да? Так, сразу залез это и умер.
Get ready for the gliding champion of Mondstadt.
Интересно, я поторопился, да?
I won't let you down.
А, точно, там же было место. Вспомнил.
Wow, these will come in handy.
Ну, ладно, вернусь позже, наверное. А, вот еще квест есть. Можно пойти квестик выполнять. Ну, если про сюжетный имею в виду. Может, конечно, глянуть, чего мне там для счастья еще не хватает. Для прокачки. Хотя надо, наверное, посмотреть прокачку. Некоторые детали сегодня именно можно выбить. О, Ланайрес, привет. Ага. Ага. Придется полазить. Ну, я не про яблоки имею в виду. Яблоки тоже хорошо. Раз, ребят, как вы меня... Разумеете, что-то я распыляюсь. Сегодня с выносливостью. О, это бешеные слаймы.
Go,
И не
berry bunny.
только. Смотри на них, а? Умные какие. Так.
Windblade!
Нектар упал, ну блин. Я сюда поднимался из-за этого. Ага. Всех этих распугал-то. Нет, не всех.
Another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Жагрится же сейчас. Так, кто кого пристреляет, а? Я думал, не попадет, даже не заметит. Зря я, конечно. Я думал, ты падать собрался.
Go, berry bunny. That's cheating.
Раньше не было.
I'll protect us. Yeah, hi. Huh. Hi, oh. Yeah. Let it rain.
Конечно, ушел из-под атаки.
Bet you can't.
Но мы-то справились. Это главное. Прям целый тренировочный лагерь. Ребят, отдыхайте. Так, еда. Эй!
target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Отлично, отлично просто. Теперь, получается, я все задания выполнил ежедневные. Хотел сдать. И в гильдии получить награду. Скажем, программа минимум выполнена. Отличным квестом, я думаю, и потом. Да я тоже говорил, нет? Да, он это уже говорил. Я запомнил даже. Ну и ладно. Что в гильдию? Что-то задумался. Тогда сказали, лазил ли я. Вот церковь вроде лазил. Может и нет. Вспоминаем
Bet you can't
ассасинов.
keep up with me.
Да, я тут все-таки не был, получается.
Wow, these will come in handy.
А может он респанулся уже за все это время? Или такого вот не бывает? Хотя, может, я перепутал на то. Там я был наверху, точно. А, там портал раз делает, там был. На статуе, помню, был, как раз когда летать учили.
Get ready.
И получилось.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing. Ad Astra Abyss.
Что там за ранг? О, я могу прокачать. По идее. Главного героя. Первого ученого. Это опять ежедневное делаю. Я так думал. Что особенного? А, мне теперь маски эти надо собрать. 12 было. А я алхимию, может, преображу, нет? 12 штук нужно. Ну да, у них прям это. Так, у меня 4 есть, 12 нужно, получается 8. И делов-то. Свитки какие-то.
The neighboring nation of
Костюм бы ему сделали позже какой-нибудь. Ага, с этим туго. По квестам дают ветряная стрела. Ну, это мы насобираем. Не горит. Дальше сходить на
I wonder when I'll be as
водный,
tall as
получается,
my big
элементаль этого.
sister.
Тут на огненный цветок надо будет сходить. Разрыв повышать. Кому-то из них что-то делать, я лучше и сделаю сейчас пока. С пилюлями, с этим всем у меня проблемы. О, наконечники 2. Хотя я так, наверное, найду. Вот это надо идти по квесту сегодня. А, по алхимии, по алхимии. Сколько вот? Стоп. 4 таких и 2 таких. К примеру. Ага. Не такое что это. Этих опять же много.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Ладно, пойдем по квестам, наверное, пока. Хотя прокачать их надо будет. Квестерные подземелья только сегодня. Когда еще? Понедельник. Завтра. И завтра походить. Ну, пойдем. Давайте попробуем. Я хочу проверить свои силы. Что-то я после прокачанных талантов. Это 3-й уровень. Крио. Да, это вы-то более опытная. А зачем мне фиолетовый? Зачем прыгать выше головы? Ола, амиго. Крио мне рекомендуют. А кто мне Крио? Можно воду оставить. Рискнем. Легко. Я переживаю. До этого ходил на легкие просто эти уровни. Можно было филетку пофармить. Нет, давайте. Всему свое время. Ну вот да. Что мне криво? Да, у меня есть молния. А, тут на время, точно я. Так, проблем, мне кажется, все равно не будет. Смотрите, не так страшен черт, да? Знал бы, что слайма вообще взял бы Сянь Сюань. Чё? Огненный элемент, копейщица, которая готовит, вы поняли. Больше пугали меня, что нужен криоп. Ну замораживал бы их. Вот молния дамажит, так дамажит. Рейзер зарешал. И что у нас тут? Ну, я получил то, что надо. Повторители. Я повторю. Я же забираю награду, я так понимаю. Просто еще одну заберу награду. Такой ненасытный. Ну, кстати, Барбара лучше кастануть, чтобы... Тебе мне кого-то хилить надо, не надо. У меня есть еда бафающая. Значит, тут, получается, на разоре можно выехать, в принципе. Ой. Простите, простите. Все мокнут. Молнию не любят. Ляпота. Мне кажется, достаточно ресурсов я получил. Ну, рад. Я так редко по подземельям хожу, тут скажем, дорвался. Ой, я ж оружие смотрел. Да, мне только вот эти наконечники не хватает теперь. И будет мощный лук. Что тут надо по мечу? Тоже сегодня можно получить. Это где? А, фатуй опять. А это... Стрельщики, некоторые агенты фатуи, некоторые маги электро. Или алхимия. Тут посложнее будет. Рейзеру, кстати, он заслужил. Мы тоже таблеточки, свитки. Свитки мы наделаем. Давайте сходим за пилюлями. Есть такое дело. Пилюли-то нужны. Вроде получается неплохо. И опять же рисковать я не хочу. Опять криво. Не-не-не, ребят, без криво, мне кажется. Все опять еще упирается, что там будет водный элемент, и для этого нужен крио, то ну как-то... Не, молния лучше. Тоже 2 раза думал, надо. Электро. Кстати, тут... Мне так тут больше огонь нужен.
Hey!
Да, или с воздухом справимся.
Disappear!
Go, Barbara, go!
Да, электро против электро. Я молодец. Я гениален. Реально тут огонь лучше всего. Соберешь их так в одну кучу собираешь? И все. Ребята готовы. С номер можно выехать просто. Или взять эту. Сейчас каком я выключу и возьму. Или нет? Если повторить нажму, то не возьму. Получается. Ну и ладно. Ага. Если покинуть, думал, может можно команду изменить, пока ты не вступил в бой. Просто почему бы и нет? Да ладно. Короче, ребят, идите сюда, все достали.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
Да я ж хотел тонуть. Мне просто принципиально не дают лютовать, ну ладно. Ну да, я реально выше боялся. Ну, нафармил так нафармил, что, да? 2. Это ж не все, я только до этого получил. Для него смотрели, не для Рейзера. А, тютелька в тютельку 6. Ну да ладно. А Рейзеру? Угу, всем по 6. Ну ладно. Тоже меч. А, фиолетовый у него, кстати, меч. Я ему крутой меч дал. Морской атлас. Оружие. Это хорошо. Барбаре дать. Наш с морем как раз тоже с водой связано. Что вообще у Барбары? Ну и Барбара такое все. История от Дудоку. О, помню, помню. Это что? Ага. О, можно этот улучшить. Точнее, возвысить. Пробудить. Ты переврал. Какой-то красивее ходить. Реально. Интересно, что он все представлять будет, если его прокачать. Так, этот пробужденный. Это тоже. Так, давайте уберем. Вот этот я хочу оставить. Качать. И палку. Идите, ребят. Ну, тут осталось-то прокачать. А, у меня деталей не хватает. Ну и ладно. Давайте Додока уже улучшим тоже. Водитель. Так. Вот на месте. Пусть будет. Этот тоже на месте. Небесного всадника нет, не нужен. Другой можно тратить. Ой, я сферу могу этой волшебницы прокачать. Почему бы нет? Это уж потом. Там у Лизы. Потом. То меня опять занесло. Занесло. На мире не пойдем. Идем уже дальше по сюжету. Ну, пока я в безопасной зоне, на секунду отлучусь. И сразу к вам.
I feel like running. Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this.
Try this time.
I feel like running.
Welcome to Second Life. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Hmm. Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look. Hmm. Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this. Hmm.
What should I try this time?
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Welcome to Second Life. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Hmm. Jean will be upset if she catches us lazing around like this. Hmm.
Satisfaction guaranteed.
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look.
Welcome to Second Life. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Hmm.
Так, ну что, я вернулся, продолжим. Там собачки. Не забывать про еду. И ресурсов пофармить. Ну, пока буду проходить, все это сделаю. Ну, как классно, я сейчас благовоние сейчас зажег. Такой атмосферненько у меня все получается. Надеюсь, что смогу. Вроде не так уж сложно. Я знал, что ты тут будешь.
Told you I'd
Мальчик.
win.
Ой, это что? А, дойти. Ну да, я такой. Извиняюсь, да, у меня с этим проблемы. Особенно в этой игре. Что ты... Тут все такое красивое, интересное. А ладно. Шучу, шучу, шучу. Ну, у меня 47. Блин. У меня 50-й, вы чё? Я думаю, справлюсь. Справлюсь. Привет. Почему шок?
Wow! This is the golden house? It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Tibet's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing.
55 ранг уже. Ничего себе. Ого. Такие цифры еще не снились.
Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. Good thing Paimon's got you here. But even if we can't take any, we can still have a closer look, right? Or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora. It's like a dream come true. Oh, right. Back to business.
Этого, в прошлого года. Я начал играть позапрошлом году еще, наверное.
It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened
О,
here?
папа.
Uh-oh. Paimon smells trouble. Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
Ну, Пайман, да, у него две заботы. Может, она тоже дракона? Красиво все-таки здесь. Не, как Скрудж Макдак не получится, да? Ну, вы даете, конечно. А, тут что-то с пола.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way. Although I'm deeply grateful to you that I was able to effortlessly find this secret location, don't you think that trying to stop me now would just be wasted effort? Stopping the Mora Mints, hiding away the Exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the Exuvia all along?
As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, It's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled.
Архон времени.
She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. But I'm willing to do as the Tsaritsa deems fit. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Я забыл озвучку скачать. Я сегодня так
So
замотался.
you're the type that goes
Что
looking for
забыл?
trouble, huh?
You could say that. When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would she? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle.
Я думал, что он хороший.
Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight anyway, because if you ask me, without that, what else is there? Fighting talk, I love it! Now let's see you live up to it. This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very
Ты ж
few ever
зараза.
get the chance to square off with the Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
Да хватит, успокойся.
Passable effort. A fine opportunity. Voyager.
У-у-у. А, так.
Run all you like. How unbecoming.
Так. Еда. Не то. И усиление.
Voyager.
Зараза.
Cowering already? You've made some progress. Not bad. You've got a trick.
Что, убегай?
Good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you.
Вот ты зараза.
That just means I can go
А,
all
молнию,
out.
да, взяли?
Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a harbinger. No use hiding back there. Gotcha.
Не, мы с ним на новые стадии не
The
договаривались.
show begins.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
Eat this.
И повелся зайчика бить.
Cheating. Bet you can't keep up
Так, я
with
в Devil May
me.
Cry играл, что ты от меня хочешь, а?
Got you.
Get him. Not so
Ну
hard.
ладно, ладно. Ну поведешься опять.
I'll crush you.
Больно, больно, не спорю. Контракт, да с такими контракты заключить. Пошел он нафиг. Не успел опять, а?
No use hiding back there.
Блока не хватает. Что, все? Я думал, что там огонь. Не огонь. В смысле, я победил.
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the Exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected. Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now. I see. Well, this
Его
is
развели.
most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
Вода. Прям трансформер, а? Или да нет? Я Гайвер, да? Ну, выглядит круто. Блин, вот такого перса я хочу. Раз он такой серьезный.
Got to the gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. Hand the gnosis over, now. Don't make me take it from you.
We didn't take it! Ready, steady, go!
Ты, блин, самурай. Блин, ниндзя, я даже не знаю, к чему ближе. Это было, повторяешься. Пу-пу-пу!
I'll protect us.
Эмбер совсем плохо. Пусть отъедается. Защиту мы съели. Давайте атаку.
Die here.
Больно было. Офигеть. Я не дамся ему. Я уже играл в Dark Souls, я даже его прошел.
I'll race you there. Not so. You got me.
Наверное, этот навык. Потом воскрешает, да, это воскрешает.
That's cheating.
Какой читинг? Мы тоже там, мы вчетвером вообще. Не спорю, что он один тут убер-солдат.
Die here.
Ну вот так и да, что предупрежден, это хорошо. И надо было огнем кинуть что-нибудь. Не обижай меня. Пожадничал? Ну это все равно проще, чем Dark Souls.
Look! Child's back to normal again!
Well then, time to cool off.
О, теперь мы так заговорили, да?
It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you never had any chance of beating me to the Gnosis. You had no connection to the Gnosis, no matter where it had been taken.
That's what we've been trying to tell you! We didn't take it!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend, even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the Exuvia to begin with. In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just a diversion of sorts.
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting to say the least. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must now look to our backup plan.
backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly involve myself with the weak. Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables sometime.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyon's stone forest.
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spears ever since. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, defenseless without the protection of its deity, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Вот же ж.
Hey, those are sigils of permission. Oh, Paimon remembers now. The Fatui have been researching them.
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of our research. With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the subduing might of the Geo-Archon spears for a time should be no obstacle. Using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my principles. But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well, that makes matters a little more intriguing.
Ну, что-то еще не конец, я понял. Нехило я квест запустил. Uh-oh.
Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of Liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on?
Whoa.
Paimon's exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Did we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea? It hasn't destroyed Liyue yet, has it?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the Chising. Is the fighting over?
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now and unite against this common enemy.
Ну, посмотрим, сколько жестче.
Oh, Paimon gets it. So how do you plan to defend Liyue? Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy, even from all the way out here.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary people to handle.
Этого еще Ктулху не видели.
Which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any closer to Liyue Harbor.
Понимаете, древний бог из воды, все дела.
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that thing? Now that's scary. So will the power of the Chising, Millilith, and Adepti gathered here be enough to stop that god?
И приятно, что в меня верят, я постараюсь.
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion is not necessarily.
What? But all of you were supposed to be the guardians of Lilith. Can't you think of something?
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Chi Sing did once research the matter of the Guizhong ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong ballista with one's own hands is here. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be thankful for. So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their strength to man it. We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now.
Серьезно? Ой, красиво-то, а как?
The Fatui! They're attacking the Guizhong ballista!
Бачу эту девочку с катаной. Тут есть катаны, кстати. Это чисто на катана. Ну блин, я понадеялся, показалось. Так, ну что, ребят, давайте, воюем.
Let's go help too!
Молния.
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you? One wishes to witness.
А ну-ка. Не ломай. Ты не строил, не тебе ломать. Умник.
My duty at an end. Load of this.
Я надеюсь, что не будет еще красивый меч. У меня есть филейный нож, мне понравился, я его оставил уже. Дал кому-то. А, вот этому водному мальчику со вчерашних квестов. Игра, ты так меня не пугай. Или что, мой компьютер уже не тянет? Не верю. Так, ясно, тут все по-серьезки, да? По-взрослому.
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar. Be careful not to get hit.
Джун Ли? Ты про что? Моя твоя не понимать.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting! Can't breathe.
Ой, я что-то за здоровьем не смотрел. Давай, Резер. Некогда отдыхать вообще некогда.
Daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this
крутил.
afterward. Every last one.
Покручиваю, так сказать.
Disappear!
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many Fatui too! We can't look!
Were you about to say we can't
А что
hold
они меня
them,
так
children?
убивают? Я воскресить не могу, да? Конью. Я не помню, кстати, честно.
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
Что не хочу врать, есть у меня нет. Я лучше покажу потом, что у меня есть.
That light from your body. It's like the
У меня все, у меня нету, если что, этих, как их.
Wow, it's Madame Pig's
5 звездочек у меня ни одного.
This granny's really strong.
Disgusting. Put your back into it. My work. Finished.
Но вот это у меня магичка есть, вот каменная. Опять я забываю их. Ну,
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil. Cast your fear of injury by the wayside and fight with all your might.
давайте на защиту что-нибудь съедим. Этих бутербродов.
I too did this during the Archon War.
Давайте, ребят, давайте.
So this is what Ganya's like in a fight.
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going to...
Ну, бомбардет, это хорошо. Утау, Монос. Я же говорю, я настолько не знаю, кто это. Что, мне просто не попадаться? Ну ладно. Это я умею. Давай, пли.
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
Ой,
This
враги.
will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
А ну, по одному вообще. Хотя, можно и толпой. Сяо у меня есть. Или нет? А, нет. Я... Цисин. И как его там? Один пацаны. Сяо нету. Я же говорю, я их путаю еще. Штапками не кидайтесь.
Exercise caution. I fear that the god's power has reached its peak.
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
Да. Синтсю. Да, вот он самый. Почти как я. Только не вот. Да не ломай, ну ты не строил, блин, артефакты. Что они прям налегают. Если сломается одна.
The Fatui's numbers are thinning.
Fight on, comrades! Once we finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
Секунду я послухаю, ну, я пока дерусь.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves
Нет,
fully.
нету. Я, наверное, в тот момент перестал играть.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
Ой-ой, что-то мне это не нравится. Все-таки сломали. О, все-таки спас. Не, хотя мне нравится, как он выглядит прикольно.
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I
О,
understand.
я их сейчас всех всегда помню. Блин, ну маски, вообще маски я люблю.
Farewell, old friend.
Как же красиво, а, все.
Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
Кто бы знал, что я настолько эпичный квест запущу. Офигеть. Дача. Да ничего, это не дача была, это реально целый дворец же был. Кто жалко дворец. То победили. Блин, мощь. Вот опять буду сейчас ходить Геншин. Вот в бесплатной игре. Такой эпик. Просто я давно... Ну как давно? Ну, видел, ну давненько. В Halo, в принципе, тоже эпик был. Ну, я обычно более классическому русскому языку. Блин. Вот это квест просто. Вот. Это просто такой экшен, босс-файт, но вот на уровне, я скажу, было интересно.
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here,
Давайте без спойлеров.
the future of Liyue Harbor would surely have been in great jeopardy.
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here. Surely you won't pretend to have forgotten the reason for which we came.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the palace that lies before you now. It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiations. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But please forgive us. We cannot yield to your wishes.
Oh?
3,700 years. According to our records, the Adepti signed a contract with Rex Lapis to protect Liyue. Even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. This is truly no small feat. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that dwell within it.
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our Adepti forebears would see Liyue in a new light.
Forebearers, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared to me in a dream.
До 15-го успею ли что-то сделать интересно?
What?
In the dream, I yearn to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next generation. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing had strove under his rule to survive in our mortal world, establishing a network of contracts which has since come to be known as trade. But I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Долгое событие последнее летом выполнял какое-то там по островам кататься.
Right. That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds and the people of the Animal Archon. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
Приложение еще есть. Луну? Что за луну?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid I cannot show the proper courtesies.
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I have come to extend my thanks to the Adepti. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as I feared we might be. Although I am a mere mortal soldier, I promise to hold the line and never betray the grace given to us by the illuminated Adepti this day.
Huh? Why does everyone look so down? Didn't we just beat that big monster?
Weren't you frightened, dear? It was quite the predicament.
То поздравляю за выигрыш. Это круто.
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. Everyone was there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty snacks and loads of things that make the harbor so pretty. Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor. Please come visit us for the next lantern rite.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to participate.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Ой, начал выделываться.
Okay. It must be hard being an Adeptus. Aww.
You see, this is what Liyue is like today. The country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection, but it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, there is still strength to be found in those we call mortals. The time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so, Cloud Retainer?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Хорошо, спасибо. Хорошо, написание диплома и сдачу. Рад был тебя видеть. Ходи еще.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, Conqueror of Demons.
Yes, one understands what the Conqueror of Demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply exploit their power once we depart? In my view, that is still a thing to be guarded against.
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people of Liyue.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well that ends well, huh? Oh, right! It's nice that we've got peace and all, but we're forgetting one thing. Child wanted to unleash the god so he could lure Rex Lapis out. But we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex on our own, so Rex Lapis never showed up. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death, too? Hyman doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adepti-less rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's going. Let's ask for him at Wangshan Funeral Parlor.
Блин, ну это было мощно. Что ж теперь мне скажут? Нехилый такой квест, я правда начал. Есть на 30-м ранге.
Bet you can't keep up with me!
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to receive guests.
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell him we're here?
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment. It seems he went to Northland Bank.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong to the Fatui? Last time we saw Zhongli was before we went to the Golden House. Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on Liyue? Visiting the Fatui at a time like this could only mean more trouble. We had better go and make sure that everything is okay.
Пойдем посмотрим. Да, я думаю, все нормально. Она кажется этим архонтом. Скорее всего, мне почему-то кажется.
Liyue cuisine will surely prevail in this year's Masterful Chefs.
Имею такое предчувствие.
You call this cooperation between harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy that you got to skip the formalities and bring chaos to the land? I'm sure you must have enjoyed that. Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And you! You're also one of the Harbingers?
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? I'm glad you still remember my name. Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as something precious was snatched away from your friend.
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since Liyue was nearly wiped off the map. This is certainly a bit awkward, wouldn't you say?
Paimon knew that we should never have trusted a Fatui Harbinger.
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally.
Он ничего не ждал на зло, да?
Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had at the end. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may very well hold this against me, but that's up to you. The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on. So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind. The Gnosis, please.
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise is solid as stone.
Да, я правильно понял.
How sanctimonious.
What? So you're the Lord of Chio? No, wait. That's an exciting twist and all, but why give the Gnosis to the Fatui?
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it is a matter solely between the Tsaritsa and I.
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and all of Liyue goes into an uproar. Talk about a disaster.
Gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see, am I right?
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue, together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. I kept convincing myself that cracks had not begun to form, and that the end of my time had not yet come. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties. Go ahead and call it a day." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties?
Oh, Zhongli.
But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the Liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue. That's right, which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear and use your divine powers to bring Liyue back under control?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made efforts to understand the hearts of the people. Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the Liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. They seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue's divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh? That doesn't sound good at all!
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've practically kept me in the dark!
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching
Много
for a
говорят,
fight?
если честно.
Be that as it may, you've come out of this as the hero of Liyue. I, on the other hand, will be forever prescribed as a disturber of the peace, no?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter. We should return to Zapoljarny Palace and seek an audience with Her Majesty, the Tsaritsa. Come.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As Zhongli always told us, a good trade is a fair trade. Paimon has no idea what could be a good trade for a Gnosis.
Realistically speaking, there is no such thing.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. If the deal was of no benefit, then I certainly would not be inclined to agree to it. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. My contract to end all contracts. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the scales, uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
Опять загадки. Да уж.
Paimon can't absorb. So Zhongli, what sort of contract did you sign with?
One of the clauses of our contract was...
Ясно. Да уж. Наворотили дел. Они. Not me.
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Посмотрим, что мы там наорганизовывали, помогали.
Oh, well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it means that those rumors hit the nail on the head.
So Rex Lapis is really... But they didn't catch the culprit, did they?
Oh, come on. Do you think that the assassin could have been a normal person? You know what I think. I don't think any of the gossip on the streets you hear from those shady types is worth anything. There's only one real possibility in my mind. I've heard that the assassin was that Fatui fellow. Youngish, pretty high in rank. I think they called him Child.
The Fatui? They certainly are very suspicious. Who knows what those greedy, crooked folks...
Shh! Lower your voice. If the Fatui catch you in their sights, Rex Lapis won't be around to protect you this time.
Чайльда будут здесь правда любить.
You know that god from the ocean couldn't have just shown up out of nowhere. I mean, it's been 2,000 years since Rex Lapis subdued it.
Yes, and to think that this happened right on the heels of the incident with Rex Lapis, too.
Say, do you think the person who assassinated our lord and released that evil god might have been one and the same?
Now that you mention it, that's very possible. Yes, it's very possible indeed. I mean, it all fits together. That person must have colluded with the evil god to harm Rex Lapis. Oh, that wicked, black-hearted scoundrel. Still, what sort of supernatural prowess must this person possess to be able to do such things? I have never heard of such a person in all my years.
Ah, forget it. Guessing's no use to us. Look, the Millilith over there looks like he's about to make an announcement. Let's hear what the Ministry of Civil Affairs has to say first.
Hear ye all! The Chi Sing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth be revealed. Having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of Liyue to grieve not and to let not their hearts be saddened. Nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look.
Пойдем. Это себе представляет уже. Смотреть.
Look, it's Ningguang
Я
and
думал, заставка будет.
Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon walking among us.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must learn to say farewell. Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts?
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she looking this way?
Traveler.
Yikes! She really is looking our way!
Is that the traveler who they say defeated the ancient god?
So young.
The Liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price. You deserve that much.
Что же я могу выбрать?
Whoa!
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Он заговорил.
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made.
Why you? Were you just trying to look cool earlier, or are you really that selfless? If you were looking for someone, you could have just told me that in private.
Да что мне так, а?
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making an account of the rite? There's much that remains to be done.
Все, я думаю, какую-нибудь заставку, что-то будет прям ритуал красивый. Ой, ну искупался.
Hey, Zhongli! looking all relaxed.
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden I have borne for 3,700 years? Right. If the two of you can spare the time, I should treat you to a meal at the Shinya kiosk.
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Shinya kiosk. Are you sure you can afford it?
You're right. I do lack the Mora. As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have chosen to walk this earth as the mortal Zhongli, I should abide by the same rules that mortals do. When I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon, so I had to rehearse a little for my new life.
Oh, no wonder! Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight. As what the Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times he descended to be with his people. I must thank you for that. I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli, traveling the streets of Liyue with you. That is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the Seven.
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed. Yes, the nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Raiden?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know something about what's happening there? Just how did Inazuma become a closed nation?
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with favor. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people in Teyvat see it.
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt Decree?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent god.
Ну, что у них там происходит?
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings that they should be under the sole dominion of divinity.
Whoa, that's harsh.
The Anemo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo-Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her eternal realm. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that decree to her people. 7 ideals for 7 gods. And of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principles. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing, I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talk.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shipped. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
That's right. Zhongli, now that you don't have your nose since Morax is dead. Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of...
This is terrible! We're all about to...
Yes, this is indeed a major... Well,
Then, did you at least set some
Oh, a private fund. This does seem like a good, logical, common sense...
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else? Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have...
Завершена глава. Блин, это было круто. Награды могли и больше дать. Было интересно, я не спорю. Что у нас тут? Давайте. Дворец. Фонтов, а тут что? Задание мира. Чайник получить. Я хочу чайник получить. Я заслужил. О, это что? О. И рыбалка. Все, я знаю, что я хочу. Все. Я хочу свой чайник и рыбалку. А сначала перерыв на Так, что мне еще мигает? Я к заданию уж нажал. Что еще? Магазин. Ясно, я. За талисман удачи. Забегов нет. О! Что? А, это новое задание Архонта.
Nice.
А это что? А. Ага. Ну да, пару минут, и я сразу к вам. Ну, я снова здесь. Чай сделал. Пойдем получать свой дом. Точно, у меня куча достижений, да?
Ah, children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days. Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glazed lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glazed lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is Smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny.
Oh.
Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yanfei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yanfei, I believe you already heard of the Traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui, before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Qixing. What a shame. A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yanfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me.
Юрист, прикольно.
Oh, yes. Here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yanfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yanfei. She's always been like this, ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all. The chasm's been sealed off, and there's just no way in. Couldn't secure any documentation either. Looks like the Ministry of Civil Affairs is serious about keeping it strictly locked down.
Is that so? But Smaragdus Jadeite is really rather essential. Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement. Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Krusel, a Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices.
He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya. So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some. Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get—
Wow! An Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual.
Да ладно, блин. Наоборот, такое в друзья надо. Значит, эта цепочка квест выдумал, он тебе вот скажет, вот на, ага. Ну да, ну да. Иди. И получи его. Ну, получим.
Hello, Mr. Crossell. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus Jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhiqiao. If you'd like—
Wait! Isn't Smaragdus Jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhiqiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus Jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhiqiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Будем шпильки воровать. Тебе нехорошо как-то, как тогда? Дорого что же получается. Посмотрим, посмотрим.
I'll race you there.
Are you buying or not? Auto reconfiguration is an essential.
Или уже выяснится, что потерял.
Oh, whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Miss Zhiqiao? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you—
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. but now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Mr. Chow, would you let me have a look?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure.
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help just True. Though surely they're...
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossel the original value of the hairpins as... Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices, and given the rarity of Smaragdus jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may...
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Juchao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite... Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please. Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossel in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue, and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so...
Smooth to the touch. Finest quality jade. No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things.
Что-то вот сейчас квесты пошли, прям разговорный, я бы сказал. Мне нравится.
Get ready for the gliding champion of Mondstadt.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Juqiao in tow, too.
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have...
I'm sorry. Truly I am.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here?
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes. And if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course. Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation.
Подделка получается, да?
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Да что ж они так далеко? Да отойдите чуть и поговорите. В чем проблема, ребят? Ну, за что ей подделку дали, скорее всего, да. Он как может, типа, гладким быть нефрит, в котором есть инкрустированные камни. Ну, да-да-да, я думаю об этом. Проведем расследование.
Miss Yanfei, what is this about? Are you...
No. What I wanted to talk about is, There is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be
What do you mean? Are you implying that you...
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell?
No, not at all. I felt perfect.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier, if I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite.
If that's the case, we should go confront him right...
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do...
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of...
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems...
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter...
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay, and I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad...
This contract has so many pages!
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the...
I've had a read through. Everything checked.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask.
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geoenergy. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter. But either way, it's a lead. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly...
Все рядом. Все очень рядом.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh, it's you, Miss Yanfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnayan merchant named Crossell enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnayan merchant named... I do remember that. He brought... That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't...
Do you have any left...
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Просто нефрит, я так понимаю.
If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patternings... Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make... I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy.
Is that so? So, did you find anything? So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao is able to tell what it...
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding, there may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, and I'm sure a significant difference in the cost of having.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Cross?
Unusual actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shave.
Можно это было в одной сцене сделать.
Miss Yanfei?
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact smaragd.
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But...
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the...
Yes, I see. Forgive me.
I wouldn't say there's been an incident. Just a minor issue. Thank you, sir.
With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare.
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to... If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Aha! Got it! Singxi. She often helps people to find...
Well, that was quick. How come you know so many?
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of... But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complex. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service in...
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say...
Yes, well, that's no obstacle, because I've
You meant...
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is illegal. Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like read...
Again, with that casual tone.
Well, that's that then. Let's...
Ну, квест чисто такое на расследование. Такой филлерочек.
Oh, Miss Yanfei, it's you. Has something happened?
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, has a merchant by the name of Crossell asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossell? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from the design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an old... This order was on hold for a very long time, and only...
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Singxi, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossell commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the...
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossell wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official...
Thank you, Singxi. Now...
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take...
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document...
Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baiju.
The weirdo with the snake around his neck?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragd... Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap...
Какая многоходовочка прямо. Не, мы сейчас вот торговца просто разделаем подчистую. Где нам тогда изумрудный нефрит взять? Дилемма. Может, он сам не знал? Или знал?
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out and if it isn't Miss Yanfei as well. Now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, my...
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jade.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it in the Seven Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario... Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attest—
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind—
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a— But after I gave him my reply, I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business—
you needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you for penning us that, Doc.
You're too kind.
That Baizhu guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossel.
Сейчас всех найдем. И его найдем.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation?
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossel, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hair—
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question. This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus Nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite. So I had him cut away the Nephrite. He returned the valuable Jadeite core to me.
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated.
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all.
Hard evidence, something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, Traveler.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that—
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second.
Сейчас мы его просто лжет.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown—
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall— Traveler, would you do the honors? This shall—
What's this?
Smaragdus Jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to sustained contact with Smaragdus Jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer— Mr. Crossel, were you aware of these peculiar—
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient, considering that, as you... Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait!
Oh, so you knew? Oh...
Huh? No,
Aren't actually inlaid with genuine Smaragdus Jadeite? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Sir Chow 10 times the original... Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
И всё.
Yep, he's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
I admit it. I confess. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus Jadeite, but after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be... That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus Nephrite. I kept the real Smaragdus Jadeite and especially made... I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I
Exactly! If they weren't the...
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus Jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be... If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days...
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According...
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that...
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus Jadeite!
There's no need. It's fine. You don't... Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them.
Ms. Zhiqiao, you...
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus Jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider a seat.
What? But all right then.
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn the Smaragdus...
Well, that's not quite how the rules...
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yunfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit...
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again...
Well
then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so?
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a sec. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ore. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores...
let me...
Даже хорошо закончилось, очень хорошо.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that...
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over, even though the solution...
The right solution depends on your perspective on the objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpin Adeptus... Speaking of, you took part in that battle. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit.
Наконец-то, я скажу.
I'll race you there.
Просто появилось всего сколько.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
returned. Good, good.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now.
Oh, you. All right, then.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh, yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Right?
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you...
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place. All right, then. Let us speak of this no more.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it?
It is but a single teapot. There we go. This, hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them.
Wait a minute, Granny! How exactly are we...
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for...
Все одинаковые, да? Начнем с первого, наверное.
I feel like running.
Ну, выбрать. Не понял, что там. Чтобы войти, что выполните, блин. Говори, говори со мной. Желание Якса. Если уйду, я смогу его разместить, да? Да. Ну, начало. Ну, пойдем, что. Заканчивать надо. Блин, хочется в чайник уже залезть. Расхититель сокровищ.
becomes the hunted.
Печати покруче падают, но это ж хорошо. Печати лишними тоже не бывают. Кстати. Давайте еще ветчину наготовлю.
These things useful?
Вроде был. Правда, это у меня ж еда есть еще. Не успел.
I'll protect us.
Где-то рядом должен быть тогда это. Фонарик. Я вижу, наверху есть. Не падаем.
I won't let you down.
Let the show begin. Oh.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
With the wind!
Не думал, упрется.
That's cheating.
Вот зараза.
Twin blade.
Да умри ты. Сколько можно? Так, а я по один успею доставить? Просто непонятно, по времени или как. По времени, наверное. Устройство хаоса. Не забывай, не забывай. Тут еще есть, если что. Попробуем с этой. Ясно. Здесь ближе. Как вот сюда попасть?
Empty chest. Good for storage.
Где эта штука была? Вот она. Судя по всему, еще там. Один из 3 есть. Почему у нас тут портал я не открыл, если тут был? Да. Где справедливость, братан?
I taste blood.
Да, надо подкачаться. Да горит уже. Рога, мозги. Круто.
I'll keep this close.
Давайте портал откроем сразу. Потом вот это вот не мучиться. Посмотри, сколько я сегодня персонажей смогу прокачать вообще. Могу ли? Вроде играл немало сегодня. Ну да, много времени ушло на болтовню. Для разнообразия тоже полезно. А вот еще один я вижу. Я вижу. Вот и допы меня склонили выполнить. Заодно. Так все совпало. Там дух впереди. О, ты такой умный, да?
No one escapes my sight.
Превосходно. Так, ну что я натворил? Так, открыл. Три сундука
Bet you
целых.
can't keep up with me.
Крутых 3 сундука.
Wow, these will come in handy.
Я прям доволен. И что, теперь я смогу воспользоваться? А, это схема. Схему можем использовать. Теперь мне дадут пойти. А в чем вот был вот этот квест? Почему он мне вот без него нельзя? Вот я думал, сейчас что-то увижу. Странно.
This teapot seems even bigger and but there's just a whole load of nothing something around it. Paimon can't do that! Well, you're the one with the sword. Still, why is it so... Oh, wait a second. What is that?
Ты кто?
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
It's a huge finch!
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit. Hang on a moment. Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me...
So you're the little helper.
Madam Ping? Oh, you may leave all matters regarding your journey may be far from over. But at least, though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day. Thus, we teapot spirits were created. You may consider me. Now, allow me to explain this realm. Have you any blueprints on you? Specifically, blueprints with beautiful rooms. As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right! Granny...
Yes, these are the blueprints. Just commit the image of the objects to memory and then simply release the thought from your mind and the
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city inside, couldn't we?
I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus, he said that even though subspace creation is a product of this world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment.
A golden-eyed adeptus?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around if there's anything you would like.
Я хочу на заднем дворике, так сказать, ее. Пусть так и стоит. Прикольно, да. О, да, что-то тут дают. Какие суммы можно получить? Ничего себе. Тут краску, идите в дом. Не уж только что это дал. Что у меня есть? У меня есть дверь. Есть лестница. Не собрано. С этим долго играться можно будет тоже. Понимаю. Почему у меня совместный режим только? Типа потому что в чайнике, я понял. Это кузница. А тут что у нас?
The one before you is known as Jade Seeker. Ah.
Магазин дополнительный.
Maybe you're not used to the...
Дома болтовать, всякие замки. Прикольно. Труд создать. краску. Для чего-то, наверное. Ну да, вот понадобится для фонаря, наверное. Две желтые, две красные, 8 это. Хотя, может, так ни для чего не используется. Давай 40 создать. О, 400. Окей. Так, их я... Вот так сделаем. Желтый. О, еще. Хватит. Синий. Ой, да тоже можно создавать. Материалы есть. Тут все упирается в другое дерево. Теперь дерево рубить, да? Давайте коврик для дома. А очередь одна. 12 часов коврик изготавливаться будет. Делайся коврик. Кровищница. Ну, спасибо, да. Теперь мне есть где жить. Покупать, если захочу, пока я создам то, что есть.
If you ever have...
Что прикольно, но... Вот и тут и так дают пока что. Ресинцы. Изготовьте. Готовить, все готовить. О, прикольно. И ширмочка мне нравится. То есть можно потратить, но я не хочу. Полы. Люстр. Заморочиться можно по полной, смотрю. То, что я могу поставить, да? Да. Много есть камней. Зачем? Деревья уже получше. Пустецкие. Я просто не знаю, как еще. Не, я в Sims, конечно, играл. Это так было давно. Ну, хоть чуть-чуть так приукрасил. Компаньон это типа что? Героя поставить? Или что это будет? Давайте проверим. Она будет тут тусоваться.
Hello. I'm so happy to see you. Can I do anything for you? I love the atmosphere here, as I'm sure you'd expect. The exterior is spacious and very pleasant, and the inn, I do believe it's the finest estate I've ever seen. The only problem is, compared to Mondstadt, there's far too little here. It feels a little too relaxing.
Надо будет ее в дом потом. Горничная все-таки. Я так понимаю, я неплохо отсюда. Но этого наделал. Мне кажется, хватит. Займемся пойдем. Уже 200 красок изготовил. И под них подарки можно получить. Ладно, это все хорошо, как мне из тебя выйти. Или я тут в ловушке все навечно. А, ясно. Как зашел, так и вышел. Ну, можно так почилить, конечно, там. Теперь есть смысл дерево рубить, да? Прикольно, прикольно. Что вот этого не ожидал, что в Геншине даже такое будет. Иногда, кстати, не хватает, хочется там. Добре заниматься чем-то таким постройкой своего жилья. Слишком большое дерево. Тоже. И как мне понять, что можно рубить, а что нельзя? Вот это можно. И... оно должно быть особенным каким-то. Ясно, это типа тебя изжило. О. Песчаное дерево. Может, кстати, надо будет порубить деревья еще. А, ну мы типа хорошему Greenpeace. Деревья до конца не срубаем. Логично, логично. Ну, не все, ладно. В общем, мне все равно одно. Завтра, если зайду... Ну, после я еще что-то нашел. Завтра, если зайду, можно будет что-нибудь еще поставить. Теперь я, по крайней мере, примерно понял, как это работает. Будем делать дом своей мечты. Да, как я думал. Дух отсюда.
Is this an answer from this world?
Тем пока закончим, что он меня тут дворец небожителей. Что? Что? Интуиция. Dance slave. Светочи. Боже мой, сколько тут заданий. Им нужно этим потом заниматься. Что дальше по событиям? Не то. Журавлей. Так много. Как он называется? Посмотреть. А ветер дует. А, ты про самый основной. Я уже думаю завтра, да, завтра. А, события, наверное, пропущу уже. Ну, и ладно. Новая глава.
Hello, nice to meet.
Я вообще смогу рыбачить. Тоже круто. Ладно, что у нас там по прокачке? Все плохо, я понял. Возвысить тебя не могу, подруга. Это, мне кажется, пистол сходно. Один уровень взять. Тут то же самое, да? 2 уровня. Тоже очень невыгодно. Я так и не достал этот... Что за волк? Сюда? Туда давайте сходим. Хотя так лень. Давайте туда можно телепортнуться, сходим. То с Моной хожу, и ее никак это. А у нее книжка фиговая. Непорядок. И все маги какие-то непрокачанные. Третий уровень сразу. Давайте начнем со второго. Опять скажет, криво нету. Давайте я правда вместо этого. Тут всегда слайм, а? Это копье как раз против слаймов идеально. Почему бы его не взять? Думается мне. Ой. Интересно, когда выйдет обновление, где можно будет кофе делать. Ходить. Ну да.
Nice and spicy.
У нас есть разор вообще. Чем мы паримся, да? Зачем реально криво хотят? Что их замораживал, мучился? Да лучше я их помучаю. Тут можно пожечь этих дополнительно. Этого зарубить электричеством. Где мегаслойм? И лофт. Два. Повторить испытание. Наберу сразу их. Завтра все равно это обновится штука. А мне техлу, чтобы получить восстановительную энергию, тоже хватает. Я ими не пользуюсь. Может, конечно, потом я когда буду фармить как не в себе и... Не, я так не буду делать. Надеюсь. В итоге молния против воды идеально. Против льда огонь как раз. Я ульту остановил быстрее стал, чем она там откатилась. Вот он-то где едит. Еще по две. И опыт дружбы. Давай еще, давай. Сейчас хоть магичек прокачаю. Может, с Лизой наконец-то начну ходить. У него прямоуешные атаки неплохие. Террейзер-то нужен. Как этот. Тяжелым мечом. Воин. Да, Буба. Возьми. И ульта мне его нравится разорвать. И красивая она, и эффективная. Молния между ними появляется. Вообще ж идеально. Что, главный пришел? Мне кажется, более чем. Ну, теперь точно хватит мне. Да, много ресурса. Что ж, мне только зеленые нужны зубы, даже не синие. Вообще без проблем. А тебе что нужно, друг мой, еще? Звездной пыли, да. В данжах такого нету. Вот. Это я понимаю. Так, я же и хотел вот эту. А. Улучшаем тогда ее книжку. Так. Топе. Ты пойдешь на другое оружие. Парный нефрит. Оставить пока. Оставим пока. И лук тоже красивый, мне нравится. Оставим пока. Видишь, есть или нет? Еще раз. Метр повреждения. А этот? Тут забыл. А его, наверное, просто. Да. Вот и эти зубы пригодились. Вот теперь у него хоть урон будет. Под всех. Теперь мне нужны волшебные палочки, да? Нужны свитки еще. Кто у нас еще из магов? Теперь стреляниями пользоваться можно. Кто еще у меня из магов? А вот еще. Тут не хватает, ладно. Уже реально приятнее смотреть на это. Так, 16-й. Качаем дальше. Хорошо, я сейчас тоже уже заканчиваю. Доброй ночи и хорошего завтра отработать. Меня вообще фиолетовый больше интересует. Я понахожу и так. Хоть так. Другим потом поменяю артефакты. Вот сяду прям так основательно. Ой, могу повысить талант. Цветки нужны. Цветки нужны. И тут цветки нужны. Возвыситься надо.
I wonder when I'll be.
Возвысим. Эх, возвысим. Блин, дружба уже 3. Этих почти 2. Пусть дальше с ними ходит.
At the ready.
Ну, прям классно поиграл все равно. Не, блин, как это классно, мило даже. Мало я накопил, как это называется? Камней столько мало накопил. Конечно, оружие выбивать тоже прикольно. Каменный меч красивый. Новое поступление. О, очень скоро. Все, могу только 5 камней столько позволить. Точнее. Ну, и... Их и так насобираем. Потом я буду заканчивать. Погоняли. Что тут? Стоп. А что это? А, я понял. Основной квест. Ну, можно будет тоже заняться. И там уже по настроению посмотрим. Что это, ребят? Спасибо за компанию, за ваши лайки, просмотры, комментарии, подписки, да. Прям с Genshin вам нравится, мне тоже, в принципе, позалипать так хорошо. Ну, про PvE контент будем не забывать. Я имею в виду прохождение игр.
I keep watch. You leave, you
Что
call
да.
me.
И получается. На недельке, может, все-таки Халода пройду. Ну, блин, у меня только смущается, озвучки нету. Ну, доиграть историю хочется. Все равно английский все-таки понимать немного могу. Так что я пытаться вам тоже донести, что там будет. По возможности. Вот. И, ребят, чекайте ютубчик, группу ВКонтакте. Завтра выходит новый видосик. Ну и не забываем про лайки. Вам не сложно, мне приятно. Что да. Спасибо еще раз всем. Доброй ночи. С вами был я, Fingolt, Genshin Impact. Да, пора спать, видите, Разор тоже спать хочет. Да. Всем удачи и пока. Блин, я обычно другую руку использую. Эй, какая руку использую? Хотя можно теорию, что это другой Fingolt, на самом деле их 2. Весь брат-близнец. Ша. Да, мне пора спать. А сейчас я просто поставлю на закачку еще озвучку японскую.